Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Want to welcome you in. Hope you had a great weekend, and we hope to have a good flight here today. Although, well, we're starting to have some of the problems we've had on past flights. We just flew over the weekend 2 non-problem flights, and I don't know what it is about going to Los Angeles, but it always seems it's like it's causing problems yet again. So, we are just trying to get our flight plan to get in here, and keep saying we're not on request. Now let's see what happens. Flight plan not held. I don't get this. Then I go in. Well, you know what? We'll do it. We'll try this. Let's cancel this one. And I'm just going to file a new one, and then we're just going to go irregardless. All right, so okay, make sure everything's loaded right. Flight plan for Pan Am 3. Okay, go. Pending activation. Okay, we've gone through all of this before. Last chance. Flight plan not held. I do not get it. I don't care anymore. So we are going to just go, and it'll be how it will be. So, yep. Yeah, we're in Kansas City showing on the map, but we are not, repeat, not showing able to activate a flight plan. So, okay. No biggie. All right, so again, we are, as you see in the title, going to Los Angeles, this time out of Kansas City with Pan Am. We had other ideas with this flight, but reasons out of our control, this is what we're going to do. We're going to kind of adjust what I wanted to do and go from there. Brian Air, welcome aboard. Thanks for following. We sure appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the flight today from Kansas City over to Los Angeles. So let's bring up some toolkit, take a look at this real quick, and we shall blast off out of here. Oh, we're doing... Brian Air, we are doing great. We appreciate you coming in. Having some problems with POSCON. Nothing. I seem to have done something wrong from the 2 flights I flew over the weekend. That went almost flawless. We had one hiccup on one flight, but it worked itself out. This one, Well, maybe it'll work itself out. We'll see. But POSCON's up here. Yes, the 727, a beautiful bird indeed. Let's see here. Sim Toolkit. All right. So now, where I live over here in St. Louis, we just had a nice round of thunderstorms come through, as you can see right here on the map. Expecting more throughout the day. But we're going west, and as you kind of look out to the west, there's not much weather. Although, it's instrument conditions in Los Angeles. Price smog. Maybe a marine layer of fog, I don't know. But we're currently legal to take off. We've got our alternate, and that being Ontario, California. Here's the flight plan for today, folks, across the top. Yes, sir, from the east side right by, if you're familiar with St. Louis, Scott Air Force Base. And as you see, the flight plan came up for us all. It is a more traditional, older style aircraft flight. It took me a little bit to put this one together. But yeah, we are basically VOR to VOR to VOR to VOR, I believe is how those airways work out. But we are going to use the FMS. Not from France. Okay, well, St. Louis is in the United States in Missouri. And Scott Air Force Base. No, sir, we're not using SIVA. Had a lot of problems with it. It probably worked out since I've used it. FMS is what we'll be using, or I may just load up the VORs and go that way. Oh yeah, we had a lot of problems. What happened with SIVA, and granted, this goes back several years ago. I either shut the plane down without doing the SIVA checks, because when I brought the plane up for the next flight, flat out wouldn't work. Wouldn't align, wouldn't do nothing. And this is before I came to X-Plane. It's right about when I came over to FSX. So that's why I don't use the INS. I don't want to go through that again. So I just ended up getting a virtual FMS program to run with that 747 way back when. And it actually ended up working good for a few other airplanes. So I'm just going to stick with default FMS or VOR to VOR. So here we go, folks. Loadout for today is 88 people coming aboard. Payloading out at 20,660, and you can see the zero fuel. Now we have uplifted 38,580 pounds. Standard cruise for the aircraft is the cruise profile, Mach 0.8. And we're going to start at 32. Wait a minute. Hang on. Let me make sure that hasn't changed on me. Because I had to do it did change. Okay, so we'll be staying at 32,000. And yes, I do know for 24 right into Los Angeles, it is not a valid technical star for it, but it is. But in SimBrief world, it isn't. And for all I know, it may have changed over the years, but that used to be the standard into Los Angeles, all runways. So anyway, so 1,338 miles ahead of us, and there's our average wind. Yes, a headwind. We're going west. It will be. So out with Sim Toolkit and on with getting this flight airborne. Now I have done a lot of the checks already, so that we'll be good to go here at about 11:30. We're going to give it a try one more time to get a flight squawk code from POSCON. If not, we're just going. And I don't know what it does for points and all, but hey, you know what? That's Flying with Mike. We're up here for the fun of it. If we get points, we get credit. Hey, power to it. If we don't, hey, power to it. I was doing at least what I like to do, and this is how I relax from the hecticness called airport public safety. So I come home, relax for my 2 days off, and then go back for my next 24-hour shift by flying the sim. This is how I chill out. Everyone else has their own way. Speaking of which, let's hop up to where I love to be in the cockpit. I wish I had my own plane and my license, my private pilot's was current, but for me to get current, it's going to take quite a bit more than most people because I haven't flown in better part of 35 years. So I'd like to go through ground school again, go up with an instructor more than a couple of flights to get refamiliarized. I want to get myself rerouted back into the plane itself. Well, quite frankly, folks, I've been flying a joystick, and you know those things called rudder pedals down on the ground? Yeah, I know. I can get some. Well, they're in my joystick, and I got used to them. And well, that would kind of stink flying today if I couldn't kick in the left rudder for right rudder, sorry, for the P factor. Yeah. No, left rudder. I think I got it. Well, anyway, see what I mean? Been out of practice for a long time. All right, so enough of giving my age away in little nuggets. Let's just blast off. Folks, we're in a 727. Many of you have only seen pictures of them. Don't really realize that back when these flew, up to about the early 2000 time frame, it was a three-man crew. You had the two pretty boys up front, the captain and the first officer, and the guy behind him, the guy that did all the work that made him look pretty, kind of the hairdresser of the airline world. Now, he's what made them look good. He took care of all the systems, made sure everything was as it should be, and worked a little bit of the overhead panel and stuff for him. So he got a lot less of the credit than those two up there in the seats going, hey, look at me, hey. So, sorry, folks, I love having fun when we have a three crew plane. God help us if I ever fly one that had four. All right. But this gives you that overall feel of this is the plane. We get into the 747-200 probably next week. This will even look more complicated. So anyway, we're into 7.2. Let's hop up into the first captain seat and let's go. All right, over here is something that was not on the planes, an EFB. We'll click the home button, go to charts, and we are in the process of the before start. So we got the SIVA programmed up and ready to go. I know it's not Pegasus, for that's what hit my mind right out. Beach Springs. Flown this route so many times over the years. It's sad that I've got a lot of these VORs memorized. But anyway, so we have the SIVA readied and the VNAV portion that we'll use as well. I'm going to go ahead and pull this out, making it a little easier on the eyes. The briefings are done, the masks, the fuel cleared, 38,600 passenger signs. They're all the way up here, folks. And we're going to trick your mind here in a minute. On for the no smoking, on for the passengers. Testing. Okay, briefings complete. Okay, window heat. Okay, hydraulic pumps we'll get to in a second. There's a little piece of interestingness up here. Now, those of you who do fly in the sim um, will well, their jaws about to hit the ground. The transponder that you're used to setting, it's up on the overhead panel here. I'll give it a second for y'all to recompose yourselves. It's up here, not down here. So remember that if you get the 7.2. Not sure all modeled 727s are the same, but FlyJSims with X-Plane is. Put it upstairs there on the overhead. So just, if you can't find it, look up there. All right, so continuing on, hydraulic pumps. Okay, we have the A system off, B system on. Quantities all look good. Thought we had a test button here, but we don't. Oil cooler is normal. Pressurization, we'll keep it on ground. While we're on the ground, we're set for 32,000 feet. We go 1,000 feet above, folks, to adjust for pressure changes as we climb and descend. Los Angeles is standby, not set properly yet. I don't think it's 100. Well, it is. I am wrong. We'll set it for 120. Okay. Continuing up, pressurization is set. Now, currently, we are on external ground power, denoted right here, and that we're on essentials and standby are in external power. Air is on as well from the outside, so that's what's currently cooling the aircraft. We're going to be kicking the APU on momentarily. APU bleeds are on. Flight instruments, back to the front. Oop. All right, so we're set for a, hang on, we're not set. Going off 190, that's about right there. 191, so yeah, that's good enough. And auto brake, RTO or rejected takeoff. Takeoff warning horn. Now, those of you who love the 747-200 as I do, yes, you can do one lever and it'll trigger the takeoff. This one you have to do all of them. So just take it up. That horn is the configuration saying, yo, or better yet, the Gibbs mech, since I just watched a whole bunch of NCISs yesterday upside the back of the head saying, hey, wake up, you forgot something. Nav, comm, and altitude set. We're planning direct climb to 32. Comms are set. Did I get that one right? 128.2? Yes, I did. 123.45 is a guard channel that we guard on POSCON. That's also set on NAV2 active, and the emergency guard channel is available. Down below, okay, now I've got, hang on a second, Kansas City, VOR, MCI 13.25 active, Salina, Kansas, standing by. And well, it would help if you put the right frequency in there, Cap. There we go, 13.25 and again 1710. Now, why do I set it up this way? I know it looks kind of wonky. Okay. Let me kind of, well, we're not going to really, let me just get rid of this for the moment. Okay. This is what I'm going to be tracking with, okay? Now, this is what's going to put in, see how it says, let me zoom it, DME2, I may have to move over. Okay, so that's going to give me the distance away from the airport. Now, The RMIs do not, that one's not showing well. Do not show both of them. Matter of fact, we don't have an RMI on this side. Okay. So see, here's your RMI. It only shows the graphical where your compass of where you're heading, where your needles are pointing. A lot of the RMIs pop DMEs, DME1, DME2 for VOR1, VOR2. This one does not. So it has an actual DME gauge. This one is number 2. So we use that off nav2. Come over here. This one, believe it or not, is DME1. So, yeah, your eyes have to kind of go in a big X here to figure it out. But it works out, believe it or not. Now, the other thing to take note of here before we get this thing finished up and fired up, the nav GPS switch. This is what I'll switch if I'm going to use the FMC to navigate, which I probably will. Makes things a little easier on a 3 to 4 hour flight. Only affects this. I can still shoot beams, say if I want to check, are we still on course, a DME check along the way, I can still use this one because it's not taken away from me. And I'll explain what taken away means once we click in. Basically, this points where you're fixed. Imagine that nav display you all get, you know, on your big fancy 737 800s. Well, we don't get those little fancy gizmos. We have a HSI, a rudimentary HSI. I've seen a lot more complicated than this one. And believe me, I couldn't understand them back then either. And that was in the 80s, folks. So, anyway, that's our quick navcom setup. We are set to go. 257 is the radial. Once we take off, we're going to make a left-hand or right-hand turn, sorry. Intercept 257 and fly that out to Salina. We'll go through the departure here in a moment. All right, let's resume the checklist because I think I've got everything. Okay, auto brakes, parking brake, aileron trim. Yeah, we're good to go. So we're to before push. And we're actually on schedule. Last try. I said at the bottom of the hour we'd give it a try. That's what we're doing. I was to say, where's the ding? Flight plan not held. I just don't get it. I really don't get it, and I'm at the point where I really don't care. So, we're going to blast off, heading for Los Angeles, all right? So, our zero fuel weight, we're going to do a quick performance setup here. Zero fuel weight's 122,410. There's our fuel load. There's our gross weight currently. So 127 for V1, 127 rotate, 139 V2. We're going to do our best to climb out initially at about 150 and nose over and build speed from there. All right, to 1,000 feet. Flaps 20 and 5.75. We'll show you some neat little tricks to some of this here as we go along. So, all right, we went through and we're going to be using runway 19er left. V speed, state trim. All right, so we're to before taxi. So that means we got to start it up. Now we also have a checklist here. Batteries on, APU coming on. Hold for a 3 count, 2, 3. And we should see it spooling up. I will warn you, for those of you who go out to get this aircraft, I lose my APU generator just about every other flight. And I think this might be the flight where I'm going to probably lose it. So if we do, we'll get back on the air, or at least on the generator power, because we're going to turn the packs off anyway for start. And we'll start them up that way. So, I know, it takes a little bit, folks. It's an old plane. It takes us a while to get going. All right, it's not falling off. I don't know what the significance of that means in the real world. I'll be totally honest. This happens more often than not to me. Yet I watch other streamers and it falls right off every time. I don't get it. They have a better maintenance crew than me? I don't know. All right, so the APU's going. Stall warning check. This is what you don't want to hear. You hear that? It's not a good thing. Emergency lights, they're right here. They're armed and guarded. Passenger signs we know are on. Window heat all on. And radio set. All right, we are ready to crank them up. And you're going to get, well, we'll kind of not show it as much as possible, but when we push back, the jetway is going to go with us. It did not come on right. All right, so get that up. And what that is the DB Cooper door, I like to call it. That's where DB Cooper many, 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 many years ago jumped. As the legends say, from a flying 727. After robbing a bank, he jumped, never to be heard from again. Who knows? Maybe died, maybe survived and lived off a lot of money. Who knows? Up until then, since then, there has been a little switch installed on these. It's about a $10 little clasp you can buy in a hardware store. They put on them all. It basically just slides something around so when it's airborne you can't open it. And really, to be honest, folks, being in the public safety world, exiting a 727 in the back like this, that's really not the place to exit. Now, a DC-9 MD-80, for those of you that like those, yeah, you can do it. There's no engine there. Hence the problem. The engine's there. All right, so let's get back in here. Uh-oh. And guess what we lost? Well, maybe not. Let's try it. Come on. You sure did. We already lost our APU generator. And I'll prove it. Here's the maintenance system. APU failed. Gotta love it. All right, cart's still attached, so that's good. Air cart's still attached. I really hate, this is the one thing that kind of aggravates me a lot, folks. Back on that. We're back on the air system for now, because now I got to shut the APU down. And now, folks, you're starting to see where some of these delays come in. Those of you who like to complain about them. Really wish, while we're waiting, why I can't get my clearance to take from clearance. Yeah, not on there. You gotta love this. Well, never say it's a perfect system. All right, so the APU has fired down. We're going to do it one more time. Oh, no, we're not. Stop. Because we haven't fixed it yet. Come in here, click on it. Why did failures get turned off? Okay. All right, so while we wait on that, let's continue on with our starts. Galley power packs off. Galley power packs all off. While we're at it, let's turn some fuel pumps on. All right, we'll see if it falls off this time like it should, or if it continues to climb. That's what it's supposed to do, folks. But for some reason, mine, like I say, about every other flight and about every other of those flights, it'll fail. I don't get it. All right, so the big thing I had forgotten was we do need to put this to APU and this to APU. As much as it chagrins me, I'm shutting them down. And we are ready to go. Correct. Packs off. Off. Bleed valves open. And the only thing left is the beacon. Crank them. All right, so here's how we crank them. I try to set my cockpit up about like this because here's your start valves. And then we'll come down. Start valves open for number 2. And yeah, by the way, folks, I had an idea it had failed while we were outside. Okay, there's 20. Come down here, click it up. And now we should see N1 dialing up for number 2 engine, the exhaust gas, as well as N2. Fuel flow should have come up too. Notice it's below the zeros here, or 1.5, whatever that, this is in the way. And you notice how it comes up. So there you go. And when that light goes out, technically, you can start another engine. All right, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Number 1's light on. Okay. N1 you can barely tell's moving, but N2 is still climbing. Here comes to 20. Fuel on. Now you can really see N1 cranking up a little. It takes it a little bit. Exhaust gas so's coming up. There it goes. And now it's just a little bit of a waiting game. There it comes into the green right now. Once things stabilize, I'll crank up number 3. Okay. numeral 3. Valve open. N2 is building, 20 is right there, so fuel on. And all the dials are rolling up. All right, all engines are up. Let's get into the after start. First thing I always do is get my engines on the bus just in case the APU decides to tank on us again. Okay, back over here. What I'm going to do is set it to Gen 1. Okay, up here, let's get one of the galley powers on and one of the packs on. Okay, get another galley power on and turn the other pack on. And we're pretty much ready to go through. So generators on, probe heat on. Anti-ice flight controls, flaps, weather radar. Okay, folks, remember all of that. Pretty simple. Anti-ice, we don't need. Flight controls. Now, one thing that kind of a little annoying with the plane, you have no aileron check that I have been able to figure out on this. You got your elevators here and your rudders here, so I don't know if there ever was one. That right there, you see how it's only moving one? Tells me, yo, you forgot to turn a hydraulic pump on. And look, I did. Okay, hydraulic A is all on. Let's make sure everything else is set. Come back, try it again. Now, both needles should move. See? Then you want to make sure they center. Okay. Aileron check you can only do with the wheel. I like to make sure it's not going to snap and roll on me. I get that every now and then. It makes landing sometimes a challenge. On top of it already, hang on a second, my seat got somehow locked in and I had to move it. There we go. All right, so flaps, flight radar, we'll go with not yet, but we will be here. Flights. Okay, now you can look down here. We're at flaps 20, and the needles will be there shortly. Right there they are, 20 and 20. EPR bugs set, transponder, TARA. Now I'm going to tell you, it's going to disappoint me if that's what it was waiting on. I'm going to try it one more time. Again, not holding my breath. Yep, flight plan not held. I don't get it. The only thing I did different here is I have the launcher up and running. I did not launch the sim out of the launcher. I launched it by itself as some people told me to, and that's the only thing I did wrong, I think. So, it is what it is, and we're about to power back. Oh, wrong one. I want this one. Alright, so we're going to set our bugs. And that's one of the little cheats. You don't have to come up here and dial each one into position. You just click set bugs. It also sets your EPR bugs here to 2.11 in our case. We have 127 here, 150, 149 here, and 210 is flaps up today. So, and we're going to dial this up to 250 eventually for climb out. All right, we are set and ready to power back. Okay, stand by. Why is it acting like I don't have a key? Oh, now that's weird. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Kansas City traffic, Clipper 3, power back, stand 6-8. Okay. Reverse thrust. Oh, it let go this time. Here we go, folks. 1 minute late. Actually, yeah, I think it's 1 minute late on my flight plan. Also, if you got this far, folks, you wouldn't be able to turn without your hydraulics on. And do not hit your brakes. Come out of reverse. And you're now good to go. Once you're stopped, then hit your brakes. All right. Final checks. Okay, EPR bug set, transponder. Okay, departure plan attendants notified, oil cooler. Let's get that in. Ground off. Fuel heats off. Auto pack trip will worry. This is all before takeoff. Okay, we are ready to taxi. Kansas City traffic. Clipper 3, taxi to runway 19 left. Okay. And there we go, folks. We are on our way. Right about on time, folks. Oh, I didn't want to hit that. Sorry, folks. I just hit the parking brake. All right, so we need to get back on legs here. Let's get some taxi lights on. For now, wing light. All right, folks, again, with me being from St. Louis, again, about to date myself, the airline, Transworld Airline, took Airways is what I always want to say with them, and it's incorrect. It is airline. Based in St. Louis. They're now part of American. Happened just months before 9/11. The actual full-blown takeover done. And American was operating them. So, very, a lot happened with that buyout. But yeah, Transworld Airlines was in St. Louis. Most of the C concourse and D concourse from Ozark Airlines, there's one a lot of people may not know. That's what Transworld bought out. Was sent, well, given to American, obviously, and the maintenance hub, a big maintenance hub of theirs, was here. Matter of fact, it kind of fooled a lot of people. They thought they were actually hubbed here, or not hubbed, because they were, but based here. So, in Kansas City. So, there you go, folks. A little bit of airline history for you. Now, we could go further from that. Who bought out American Airlines? And you're all going, well, they still fly. They actually got bought out. The let me put it this way. Between 2005 and 2012, they got bought out, American Airlines. So, a lot of people forgot that. The airline that bought them kept the name, obviously, because everyone knows American Airlines. American did not keep TWA. It was one of the big four back then, but a guy came in, ran it into the ground, basically to sell off the assets, and that's exactly what he did. And the big money that was behind it way back when it was a major successful airline, Howard Hughes. If you don't know the name, go look up the word Spruce Goose. That was another big claim to fame of his, along with a whole bunch of other things. Very rich man. You got to be rich to own an airline, and you got to be willing to lose it all, because you're going to lose it all in an airline. They really have a hard time making money, folks. But anyway, enough sadness. Let me see. Original. This is on POSCON. Yes, sir, Mr. Original Big Mac. Welcome in. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, we're on POSCON. We're giving it a try, and we are already having a small hiccup. It'll be what it'll be now for 3.5 hours. We're not going to switch over to FlyJSim. We'll just continue on. Tomorrow's flight, real quick, so y'all got a heads up on it. Look for it about the same time. We're going to Mexico City, Mexico. See Speedy Gonzalez down there. And for those of you that don't watch Bugs Bunny, shame on you, because you know who Speedy Gonzalez is then. Underlay, underlay, underlay. And that's the only Spanish I ever learned, was whatever little bit he said. And it's a little mouse. All right, folks, look where we're at, the runway. Let's get over here. Slow this pup up. And let's do some checks. All right, we'll just do them from here because, quite frankly, so departure plan, we already got the oil cooler, I believe, set. We do. We'll go up here, get the auto pack set to normal. Do we turn the packs off? I think we do for takeoff. Start switches guarded, anti-ice packs as required, bleeds, APU, and flaps. So everything's set. Let's go up here and put these in guard. Come down here, we're in idle on our fuel. I am going to go ahead and turn off the packs for takeoff. And Kansas City traffic, Clipper 3, departing runway 19 left, Wildcat 5. All right, let's go ahead, get those strobes a-blinking. Now would be a good time to set my... It's not an auto throttle, folks. Basically what I'm setting is telling the aircraft to maintain that pitch to maintain 240. I know, sounds like an auto throttle in disguise. It's a primitive auto throttle. Okay. And don't have a timer to start, so we'll just click, 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 lights on. Real quick glance. Since we don't have a squawk code to put in there. Coming up. 60% stabilized. Takeoff power set. If you don't mind, folks, I will not be doing a flyby on this one. Okay, there's V1.
Rotate.
Okay. Positive rate, let's get the gear up. That works now. Does not. Okay. Let's go ahead and nose over. right. Here we go, turning. First notch up. Gonna go ahead, put on a pack. Okay. Second pack's coming on. All right, blew through that, but get back on course here. A little bit tight of a turn. All right, autopilot's going to come on, heading select. Let's see how she does on this. Set takeoff power. Okay. All right, we're just right now intercepting our localizer. There's 10,000. Yes, we really have not done much on the way of an after takeoff. All right, so, and to really climb out is oil cooler, normal, auto packs, normal, normal. And once I get us stabilized on our track, we're on our way. So, hang on, we're just about to 280. All right, now the plane will govern the climb. All right, there we go. And you can see the climb rate coming up. Let's get the lights off. Disarm the brakes and sit back, relax. Okay, we're going to fly this out to Salina. Like I said, I am going to go ahead and turn this over to, actually I could real quick here. All right, we are now set. We will not be able to spin the dial or the numbers. However, over here, we will be able to. There we go. And there. They're independent at this time through 16. And I'll be honest, I never I guess when you put the lever to off, it makes sure the motors aren't running. I don't get why there has to be an off position. I never understood that with the landing gear. So anyone would like to fill me in, I would love it. But okay, to recap real quick, since I see we have a lot of new people here with us. Welcome aboard to Flying with Mike. I would love for you first to click follow. That way you can follow us along. Tomorrow we go to Mexico City, out of LA. Today, however, let's talk today. Tomorrow has enough of its own problems. Today we'll deal with. We're going to Los Angeles from Kansas City, climbing through transition level of 18,000. Went the wrong way. All right, and we are using POSCON instead of the normal to the stream FlyJSim. And trying to get more fluent, more up-to-date, more on track with it. And where we had 2 flawless flights over the weekend, LA to San Francisco twice. One small hiccup occurred on the second flight, but it worked itself out immediately. This one, however, is not. It's not allowing my flight plan, which is out there, to come on board. So it is what it is, unless it just hates the 727. Somehow I don't think it's that one, but we'll give it one try now. Did it send? Hang on, folks. Maybe. That or I need to clear a lot of stuff out of here. 1553. Not really sure why it's... Not sure how to clear that, huh? Okay, I don't know how to clear messages. For all I know, I have one. Oh, it would have told me if I had one. Oh well. All right, I am right now flying kind of blind. So we're going to switch over to the Unicom frequency 123.45. Interesting, it's not taking. Well, I'll be jiggered. Oh, did I have the wrong frequency? Nope. Wow. I'll tell you this much, something. Why is my radios not connected? Well, that might be what's going on here. Huh. Interesting. Ran into another hiccup. Things aren't connecting up to my sim like they're supposed to. You know what? I think I'm going to not worry about it. We're just going to fly on and hope for the best. That is weird. I think that means I got to log out, log back in. We'll do that. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll give it a shot, folks. And while that's going through its paces, okay, ATC. Oh well, it didn't work. Oh well, we're on our way. Nope, still pending activation. All right, well, that was fun. We'll figure it out, folks. Why? Like I said, I know the one difference on this flight, I did not start it up out of the launcher. So I got a feeling that's where this is all hosed. And I'm not sure. But every other flight I flew, I always launch out of the launcher. So, all right. So anyway, folks, welcome aboard. Thanks for flying with Mike. We are on our way. Top of the screen gives you an idea how far we are, 242. Once we get to Mach 0.80, the big 8 right here, we're going to switch into a Mach airspeed climb to 32, if we're not there already. I'm sorry, 0.78. And continue it on out from there. On this one, the after takeoff, there's before takeoff, after takeoff, seat belts, anti-ice gears, up, off, flaps, up, off, auto pack, cutout. Let's go ahead and start closing some valves. All right, they are now closed. Hydraulic pressures are normal, we're good. Fuel. And we're all good to go here. Again, here's our notes. 97% on takeoff, 92% on climb out. Flaps up by 200, 10,000. We go to 280, 29,000-ish. 0.78, that's our, we're coming up on it. So we'll just go right on up to 0.80, folks. It's kind of trivial. We're just now at 0.78. And we'll let her level off and do the rest for us. And then we'll pull back the power and set up for cruise. So welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Again, Brian Air, thanks for the Brian N. Air. Let me get that right for the follow. We sure appreciate you. And look forward to seeing you future flights. Tomorrow is the 727 again, going from Los Angeles over to Mexico City. Today we're going from Kansas City to Los Angeles. Right now, planning 24 right. Winds are kind of calm there. And we do have a ceiling under 2,000 there. So, you know, it'll be a fun arrival. There we are leveling off, 2992. All right, we're just about to 0.8, so I'm going to go ahead and yank a little more power off to say 0.9 or 90%. N1. N1, exhaust gas temperatures. N2, fuel flow and your EPR. Currently 109 miles out of KC. And the other one, hang on, we'll get back up here. This is how far out we are from Salina, 25. All right, so let's head on. Folks, we are flying for Guardian Air Alliance. That's the little banner we got up at the top. Wonder why that, is that because I switched? Must have been. If you type the exclamation mark, the word guard, give you more information on the airline. Feel free to check them out. I've been flying for a couple of months with them. Pretty good bunch of people there, folks. And I'm still flying with them. So, and they still allow me to fly with them. So, hey, that's even a win-win there. So, but we fly for several VAs. One VSOA, that's a military organization, Virtual Sim Air Force. So, from time to time, you are going to see different aircraft here. Wish I could get POSCON working for you better, but I don't know what's broke on it. And you know what? We're on the map. That's all that matters. So obviously I have done something wrong. I'm going to go back to my normal ways, and that hopefully will fix it when we fly on it. Haven't decided if tomorrow will be a POSCON flight or not. Also, folks, for those new to the channel, we do have a Discord channel. And more than welcome, the invite's there. More than welcome to come aboard and chat with us there. Okay, let me see how my fuel is doing. Would like to burn the center tank first, and then get into my wing tanks. So that is why my aircraft is set up the way it is. I think we're burning. We'll come back and look. All right. So currently looking at about a 2.5-hour flight, folks. So we'll just kind of sit back, relax. We got a westerly wind we're flying into at about just under 50 knots, so that's going to slow us up a little. Over here, unless I'm thinking 7.4. Nope. There's our true as we cross over Salina. So we're doing about 470. So we're actually doing pretty good, folks. Oil quantities, temperatures, pressures look good. Okay, temperatures. Okay. All right, we are nice and level. Next VOR. There you go, folks. Gives you an idea where we are on the route. Go ahead and center it up. Zoom a little. So, and as I said, we could shoot from the other side. Like get effects off haze to make sure we're still on course and so forth. So we'll just kind of cruise along here, folks. Feel free to come in. If you are on POSCON, I'd love to chat with you. I believe, let me see if everything's working right. No, it's not. What happened? Try this again. Okay, we are on 123. Go ahead and log in again, just in case. Okay. Contact is in place. We got a squawk, folks. Oh my goodness. That actually makes me kind of happy. We got 11:03. Okay. Wow. How about that, folks? Now I don't know what it's going to take to get it out of pending activation, but we've, since we're airborne already. But you know what? That's a big hurdle right there, folks. And it shows LAX. Hallelujah. Sing it. Hallelujah. All right, folks. I don't know what I did, folks. I'll be honest. I don't know. And we'll take it by the grace of God that we're logged in properly now. Hawker 125. Yeah. I didn't think you wanted to see the 727 the way you were talking. I'm shocked to see you. But welcome aboard. Just for you, I was going to bring up the A320, but, you know, didn't hear much out of you because of you wanting to go play with the race cars and all. I decided I'm going to stick with my plan and go with the 727. So, and what we're referring to, St. Louis just had I think its first actual quote, NASCAR series race. Now, we've had the Busch series in, the truck series in, those little natty sounding Indy cars. Would like to see Formula, but I don't think they do much U.S. But anyway, we just had that. He was out there with the race, doing his thing. But welcome in. Hope work is not too much work, and things are going well out there. Later on, if you'd like, I can fill you a little bit in on yesterday's interestingness if you haven't heard it already. We won't do that on stream. It doesn't need to be across here. But I have to ask those of you in the stream, any of you seen Top Gun Maverick besides me? And for those of you that have not seen it, don't worry. No spoiler alerts coming. Other than if you saw Top Gun, either when it actually came out in the theaters, as I did. I only saw it a couple times, folks. 20 to 25. But back then, tickets were only like $4 a head. And the price of soda and popcorn was hardly nothing. Today, it's like $1,000 just to go one person to see a movie, it seems like. And 90% of that spent on popcorn and sodas, candy, or whatever. You got to bring your own in to try and break even. So, but anyway, I will tell you, phenomenal movie. If you did see Top Gun, be it back in the mid-'80s, 1986 to be exact, you're going to like it. If you liked it back then, you're going to like it today. Now, if you're looking for it to be a militarily perfect movie, you didn't see Top Gun. And that's what's great about it. So, but what is true about it, and if you want to call this a spoiler, I apologize. Whereas in Top Gun, they had to act. And forget it, you're not going to act pulling G's. Tom Cruise is right in some of those YouTube videos. You're not going to be able to act that, folks. You can try your hardest. But they're actually in the cockpits of those F-18s. They're in the back seats. And they're pulling, yanking. I don't know if they're doing the yanking and banking. I'm laying odds the guy up front is. But they're taking the G's on. And you can't act what they're going through, folks. That's well done. So that's all you get out of me on a spoiler. Good movie overall. I may go back and see it, and if I do, I might try it in an IMAX theater. So I just got a feeling, and I even had that feeling going in to see this movie on a normal screen in the theater, remembering Top Gun, remembering those F-14 combat scenes and all. Yeah, would have been nice to be on the IMAX. So, but anyway, folks, we can talk Top Gun if you'd like to. I forgot to start something. Hang on a second. I just realized it. Crud. Now I gotta remember where I hit it. Alright, folks. Check this out. Okay, it's not vanilla. Let me try it here. Alright. If you type asterisk, the word ticket, and a space with the number 1, so exclamation ticket 1, that'll enter you into a raffle I'm doing. What I'm going to raffle away is a subscription either to Flying with Mike, or if you're already subscribed, to one of your own, one of your choice, either by sending you the $5, gifting it to you, whatever. We'll get it taken care of. But to enter each stream that I do, one ticket is all you get, and it's again asterisk the word ticket, put a space in there after ticket, and then the number 1. And come July 11th, I am going to award the winner out of a hat, because I'm not sure if I'll be able to keep this running that long or not, but I am writing names down and how many tickets you have, so I can put them in the hat, shake them up. The CEO is going to draw them, or a special guest, the up-and-coming junior flight officer granddaughter, if she knows how to do that then. Granted, she'll be a year then, folks. I don't know if she'll know how to do it without eating the ticket. But we'll give it a try. But like I said, that's what we're going to give away. Why the weird date of July 11th? Folks, that's a year ago. That date's when Flying with Mike became an affiliate with Twitch. So that's how we're going to celebrate. We're also going to have a group flight. Haven't decided yet where, and what network. Probably, it could very well be on POSCON. But what I want it to be more of is we pick a short hop, and I'll just throw one out there. Say Kansas City to St. Louis. That might even be farther than but Kansas City, Omaha to St. Louis, something like that, in that kind of distance-wise. And then at that arrival airport, we go into training. It's something I see at Mid-America Airport where I work, KBLV, where aircraft will come in. We have some that come in as far as Jacksonville, but Dover, Omaha, other bases. For one, I guess a different base to keep up their proficiencies on approaches, and they'll just shoot approach after approach after approach after approach. Maybe they'll lay over and then go back the next day or two, or they'll just go back. Land, grab some chow, head out. So refuel and head out. But it'll be any airplane you want to fly. For all we know, XP11 could be out then. I don't know. But I doubt it, because I think we would have had a release date. I don't think Austin's going to go, hey, you know what? Surprise! XP11's available. I don't think so. He might, but I don't think so. And he definitely doesn't consult with Flying with Mike, so I don't have any inside information for you. But, so that's what we got going on. Asterisk, ticket, and let me just try something. I forget all the commands that work with this. Ah, how about that? Let me pop up here. Hey, there's the page. Really wish I could make it look better, but oh well. Again, to enter, folks, the asterisk key, the word ticket, a space, and then the number 1. And again, you can enter each stream one time. So just because you've already entered, now let me know if it's not letting you do that, then I'll have to do something else. But let me know but it should let you do that. Right, and again, I am still actually learning Twitch after almost 2 years. So, all right, well, I see the weather is coming up for Los Angeles. So y'all can get an idea of what we're dealing with. It's actually not, well, actually it's looking pretty decent, or at least VFR. So I am just going to kind of sit back, folks. Feel free to chat away, come on board. I just... Oh, okay. For a second, I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here with the airline? So, enjoy the flight, folks. I am actually coming up in the Discord lobby of Flying with Mike. And to try and not make it so hard, I'm going to be on push to talk, so let me know you're there when you're there. Okay. Let me just see something. Maybe? No, we didn't. Well, according to the POSCON live map, we are near the well, we're just probably more south of Colorado Springs, but Denver makes it pretty easy for people to understand. I had a hard time finding my plane on Volanta. Alright, now I know y'all love the Purdy 727, so hang on a second. Been inside way too much. Hang on just a second, I'm going to check something here. Oh, I'm going to pronounce this so wrong. I'm going to go Nakima _09. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you coming in. Hope you liked there. Hello there. Appreciate you coming on board. Thank you so much for the follow. Only took us, what, almost an hour and a half to get actually showing up right on the welcome to join the full moon bar. I think, well, you know, it's supposed to be 12 hours bottle to throttle. So I better keep myself out of the bar for now. Well, thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate you coming in. I want to check. Okay, so we got VHFs. Okay. Huh. I'll have to find out how he did that. Okay. Interesting. Testing, testing.
Testing.
I figured it out. All right, that's how you can check your radio. Wait, wow, I can actually do a radio check. Nice, nice. Learning all these neat little things after watching a stream at work yesterday. Trying them out today, and well, failed a little bit at getting started. Back this thing down a little. And sorry, I don't have that ortho or OS&D or whatever it's called to add on top of it. Bet that would look awesome in the mountains. I've just seen a lot of problems with installing ortho. That's why I haven't. So, and we're going into, I believe it's a default LA. I may buy LA after talking with another streamer. He's got me interested. But we have bought a we have bought another scenery. We'll be into that later this week. Into not Tampa's airport, but St. Pete. It's one Allegiant and some of the low-cost ones use. All right, so let's get back out there. As we scoot across Colorado. I appreciate the offer there, but as I told Nakima09, you know, it's 12 hours bottle to throttle. I can't be in the bar just yet. Welcome in, Boondocks. How are you? Getting into the mountains here soon. Alright, hang on. That's a little loud. Hopefully that's a little better for y'all. But welcome in. We are on POSCON. Things are, fingers crossed, finally working as they should be. 2 hours out of Los Angeles. So, but yeah, I may have to put some ortho in. I was watching the stream yesterday at work, and yeah, I may have to figure out how to do it and how to get all my other, well, not my airports, but the default ones, get it all lined up there properly in whatever they call the scenery. Okay, I'm going to put myself in the dark side here, folks. Sorry. The scenery config equivalent from Microsoft of X-Plane. Oh, I gotta get back out. Okay, I'm out of the dark side. Alright. No, I don't know the whole hierarchy with things. I had flown Microsoft Sims since, oh my gosh, the late 90s. I think 99's when I started in. So I'm used to be pretty fluent with them. I've been away for two. Once I came over to X-Plane, had Hawker 125s continual beating me down with it. I'm not going back. But I'm wondering, with the aforementioned X-Plane 12 on the horizon, if I really want to sink in, and it's not money, I mean, it's all free that I'm going to be doing, and get the ortho when I don't know what X-Plane 12 has in store for us, and if I'll need, well, I may or may not need it for that. So, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. But, yeah. Where he flew into Montgomery, Alabama yesterday, and I am going to get that airport. That's going to come on the list here soon to go to. Probably with this bird right here. Or maybe the 737. Not the 200, the Zebo 800. Although, landing the 747 there could be... No. But anyway, folks, we are over I believe we're over Kansas, maybe Oklahoma. Let's try and narrow down. Actually, we're over Colorado at this time. Keep forgetting there's a good chunk of Colorado that's flat. And before you get to the Rockies. Believe me, I learned that the hard way driving a truck. So, a couple of memorable runs, that being one of them. Although not as memorable as the other one. It ended up, the biggest memorable run ended up with me not sleeping for 72 hours. No, 48 hours. And all of my own fault. Totally misjudged how far things were. And, oh yeah, it took a while to find sleep. This one could have been that bad, but thankfully I had another day to get to where I was going. Salt Lake City, by the way. And it was because I had misjudged Colorado. Because I didn't realize half the state was not mountainous. So, kind of figured when I came across the border Kansas into Colorado, I pretty much turned north to Denver. Oh no, you go in like 100 miles, then you turn up. And that's about a 100-mile run. Oh yeah, we misjudged big time. But that's okay. Like I said, I had the extra day, so. The other one, that was really bad on my part. That's okay, learned my lesson. I'll tell you, the longest time I hated Florida because of that. I still do driving it. I don't ever want to drive in that state. And for those of you from Florida, sorry, no, won't drive in it. I'll fly to it, but I will not drive to it. See how it looks on this side. Alright, folks, currently about 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. The arrival we're going to shoot is called the Bassett 5 in Los Angeles. Comes for us off Peach Springs. We just fly it. It's basically you take a bearing off the Peach Spring VOR. I think it goes to Civet or very close to it, and then you just fly the incredibly long straight-in approach to Los Angeles. You'll veer up to the 2.4s or you'll stay right on it for the 2.5s. And actually, it's according to the documentation I have. Real pilots, let me know if it's true or not. The 2.5-2.4 combination at Los Angeles, not allowed on the Bassett. You got to come around for the 7s or the 6s. I find that hard because that was one of the main approaches into Los Angeles not so long ago. So, but maybe they've changed. You know, hey folks, things change. Just like those aerodynamic cycles, those things change too. So, we're going to break a rule or two. Wouldn't be flying with Mike if I didn't. Just kidding. Alright, just a little insight for those tempted to join Guardian Airlines. And, oh, I forgot that I didn't click it. Those interested in joining, here's where you can get more direct information. But basically, it's an all VAs are interesting. Let's put it that way. But this one has a little interesting caveat to it. I think we just crossed them all. But anyway, it's Pan Am, TWA, Atlas-based airline bonds. So they're doing a big makeover right now, so routes and all were pretty much under free flying, which in this case is great because Pan Am I don't think ever went into Kansas City, nor did they into St. Louis. They were primarily international. Don't get me wrong, they did do the East Coast, West Coast, a little bit into like Minneapolis, and I haven't figured out why Minneapolis. Nothing against Minneapolis, just don't understand why. So it allows me to fly this Kansas City to LA. A more traditional would be LA out, or San Francisco to Mexico City, although I think San Francisco in this plane we start flipping the coin if the fuel will be up. So it's a really good VA for the Pan Am guys that like the historical stuff. Even though I heard there was a pretty decent 707 at one time with X-Plane, that it's no longer. You guys got to fill me in on that. I know there is a default one that is default, so I'm going to leave it at that. Out there, it's not all the greatest, but it is there, just like their C-130. We'll leave that there too. It's a default airplane. Meets all the bills of being a default airplane. But you also get another level. These three airlines, TWA, Pan Am, which is odd, those two were always locked into fighting each other, and Atlas, the cargo guys, kind of are used as more like charter for their other operation, DCS, Digital Combat Sim. You all know it. It's the one out there with the Tomcat, the Hornet, the A-10s, which are flat out unbelievable in an unbelievable setting. And I don't mean unbelievable being fiction. I'm talking, they're all the way down to blowing. I mean, you guys with the ortho? Yeah, it's beyond that. So, and that's incorporated into the Airlines. So, if you want to fly that, you're available to. Not sure how all that interworks with the website. The CEO can take it from there on that. But if you're looking to fly Pan Am, TWA, or Atlas, now granted, limited fleets, because Atlas flies 777s, 747s, 737s now, believe it or not. They do not have MD-11s, and they fly 767s. I do not see a huge fleet with Pan Am that they had from the 747s to the A300, 310s, and so forth. But you can fly some of them. So, again, it's an up-and-coming airline. So, you're more than welcome to check them out. You make the call. I can only say I'm flying for them. They got pretty good technology stuff behind them. So yeah, it really is good, folks. And I'm actually glad to still be there. I'm glad they still allow me there. No, I'm not a rowdy rebel, folks. No, I'm just glad to be a part of it. All right, let's get back into the three-man cockpit. I'm going to try and figure out one thing here. It seems like we're kind of nose up here. That is why our speed fell off. All engines are running. Okay, that rules that out. Make sure all our fuel goes like it's supposed to. Why are we still seeming like we're really going slow here? Why are we going nose up? Speed brakes, flaps are up. I didn't accidentally click anything. All engines are full powered. Well, anyone else ever experienced this? Have an idea? The only thing I can think of is our winds have just all of a sudden gone way wacko on us, but you can usually counteract that. And we are building speed. Fuel flow. Yep, we got fuel flow. We're building speed slowly back up. Okay. Yeah, all the gens are looking good. Just really weird that it just all of a sudden, like an anchor was dropped out of it. Yep, we are building our speed back up. I'm just kind of... We're just now getting back over 200 indicated. Let's see what that translated out to us. 329, so we actually, that's why we were losing time. There we go. Forgot I had that on board. All right, folks, so avoided near disaster again as our speed got very close to stalling at 160. So airplane seems to be coming out of it. We'll get it back up to 0.80 here in about the next 2 years. Just kidding. And we'll head on. Let's see what we got. Yeah, it's looking a lot better now as we approach the Zim Mountains. Oh, excuse me. Why are you louder? All right, there you go, folks. The famous Pan Am logo. All right, so we'll let this thing get back up to speed here. Reset for 0.80 and go from there. So far, an interesting ride nonetheless. Okay, looking at, let's get back out here. Okay, well, you all can see where we are up here on charts. Let me put Volanta up here. And we are currently coming down here to ALS, then over to RSK. I believe this is Rattlesnake. Alamosa, I think, is ALS. Yep. Okay, and then Rattlesnake. And then Tuba City. I always love that one. Grand Canyon VOR. That's an airport we're going to have to fly the Navajo, I think, too. Once we figure out the ortho, how to get it in there, make it look so that, because a friend of mine put ortho in, and our home airport, Mid-America, I mean, it. I don't know what it did to it. That's big reason there, folks. I also have a nice, very nice payware, and I highly recommend it for St. Louis International Airport, Lambert. Wow. Excellent job to the guy behind that. Excellent. I can't recommend that more. I'm even to the point where I may have to fly many more streams into there to show it off. I mean, it's down to the details of the Metrolink going by. And that is the first one I'd like to test ortho out on. Knowing the area around it and all, I'd like to see how it enhances it. So, all right, looks like we're getting close to our cruise speed, just looking at the nose. Yeah, we're almost there. I don't know what happened back there, folks. It has to be, I'm assuming, a weather hiccup of some kind. Let's see, just nothing to report in our reports. Everything's good, like new. Engine 3. So, I don't know. It does that from time to time, folks. Welcome to flying an older aircraft. All right, we're starting to get up close to points 80. And we'll start pulling the power back again. See how that does. A little more back. Let's try 190 EPR. See how that does. And we'll get over here, see how badly we ate up our fuel. Looks like we're burning down pretty even again. Good. All right. That calls for a, well, nope, nope. We still got a little fast going. I kind of figured we would be. See how 176 does as we do a nice flyby, folks. As we begin to get into the front range of the Rockies. Okay, we're doing good on speed now. All right, folks, so there you go. We are on the way. Yeah, I could see where ortho would look a little better here. I mean to tell you, though, default-wise, folks, look at that. That really is not that bad. I got to figure out where that left control key is tied in to push to talk. Because that's what's making that click click when you hear it. That is not bad at all. A lot better than the last sim I was flying with Microsoft, that being FSX. I know, I hurt some of your ears. I apologize. There, get rid of that so y'all can see that lovely emblem on the tail. I have to admit, I do like Pan Am. Being a TWA hometown, you know, I love TWA. Don't get me wrong, folks. Amazing airline. Used to love to go out to Lambert before they did the project called W1W, which kind of, to be totally honest, all it really did was added another runway. Was supposed to do a lot more and has not. Was supposed to add another terminal, did not. And they took away one of my favorite points to go and watch aircraft. Right off of Lindbergh Boulevard, there was this parking area you could go to, park in there, sit on the hill, have a great lunch and watch TWA take off, land. I mean, it was just great. And they took that away from us because of W1W. Oh, they'll say, well, 9/11 did it. No, it didn't. No, it really didn't, folks. Because there's things you could do to have kept that open. But this is the only politics I'm going to get into. This region has a problem policing itself. And I don't mean that in the word police, but it just has a problem with that. And that's all it would have taken. So maybe it was a little bit of the police too, but anyway. But that's all we're going to do on politics, folks. Slam that door. Not going to do them anymore. But I hope you all have had a great Monday. Return to the weekday. For me, I just got off work at 7:30 in the morning after a 24. No crying into beer, folks. That's a normal shift. No, that's what we normally work, 24s. But when you run flights, that 24-hour shift does get rough. So. All right, so there you are, folks. We are now crossing into the Southern Rockies. We are in what is now called the High Plains of the United States. And working our way towards Albuquerque. Albuquerque. And then on into Los Angeles at approximately 1 hour, 30 minutes from now. Picked up a lot of time, didn't we, folks? It's amazing when you get closer to your cruise speed what you can do in the air. But yeah, just kind of watching that nose inch itself up like it was, I'm like, something's not right. Either an engine flamed on us or something. Thankfully, not the latter. And excuse me for, I'd like to first say, pardon me for those hiccups you've been hearing, folks. Breakfast is still talking to me. Give you all another view of the Whisper Jet service to Tinseltown. So again, one of the questions we have out there, has anyone yet seen Top Gun Maverick besides myself? And if so, what'd you think? For those curious joining in right now, yes, I saw it. And I'll put it to you this way without giving any secrets away of the movie. If you saw Top Gun back in the 80s, then you know what to expect. And take that to heart if you're deciding between a normal theater and an IMAX theater. I saw it in a normal theater. Great, phenomenal, on-screen. Everything was cool. I have a feeling the IMAX being a bigger screen, and I think the surround soundness that comes with, do you like that word, soundness? That comes with it, I think would pull you in even more to those fighters. So, that's all the spoilers you're going to get out of me, folks. Now, as I've said in every stream since seeing it, I would love to talk to the writer, producer, Tom, Mr. Cruz. Would love to have your ear for one question. Well, it might end up being two, but more than likely just the one. I'm just curious why they went the way they went. And I got a feeling I know the answer, and it's not because I wanted to. No, I wanted it that way. Don't you understand, you? I think I know the answer. Matter of fact, I would lean to that being the reason, but would love to ask. And I don't, because it doesn't take away from the movie at all. It's just a question I had. So, and if Mr. Cruz wouldn't call me and talk to me, okay, Mr. Kilmer, I'll take it from you. From the Iceman. So, but anyway, again, folks, it is a phenomenal movie. I highly recommend it. If you go in there with legal beagle eyes, you're going to hate it, but then you wouldn't have seen Top Gun to start with. So, I listen to these people and I'm just like, really? You never saw the original, did you? And you've seen it in the promos, you've seen it in the old movie, you've seen it all over the place on the internet. Folks, if you ride motorcycles, for the love of God, put the helmet on. And, I mean, I understand. I have to have the air through the air blowing through my hair, dude. Yeah. Till that hair connected to the head connects to the concrete. Then you're gonna, well, you know. So wear your helmet, folks. And that's about as critical as I'll get. But, folks, again, back to Top Gun. It is a phenomenal movie. Go see it. And I would highly recommend, don't wait for it in Netflix. Unless, of course, you actually own a home theater with a theater screen as big as those you find at your local theater. Then, you know, hey, then you get to wait. Sink some dough, folks, and go see it. All right, so we just crossed Alamoso, California. Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? No. Colorado, headed for Rattlesnake, New Mexico. And if I haven't said enough today, folks, tomorrow's flight will again find us in the lovely 727 flying service from Los Angeles to Mexico. So feel free to come in. Haven't decided yet, POSCON or FlyJSim. The times I fly, it really doesn't matter with FlyJSim, but you know, it's nice to have this option out there. And I'll be honest, it's not bad. But, and I don't want to go too negative here, my biggest problem with POSCON, no traffic. Which, it's a double-edged sword. It's good to a point, and then bad. So, but overall, it's nice, it's easy. So it's like FlyJSim, easy to connect to. I mean, the only hard part sometimes is making sure your call sign matches up with the call sign in your flight plan. But you have that problem with POSCON too, folks. So, I mean, really, folks, the two are very similar, other than the fact there's a lot more people on it, which then, of course, leads to problem childs. So, I enjoy it. I mean, POSCON is nice when I can get it to work properly and not do a 520 like it just did. Hang on a second. Let's find out what happened. It'd be nice if it would activate, but I think I did something wrong to not get it to activate, so you must take off in order. Well, I already did, so I'm thinking that's why. But anyway, folks, it is a very good network. I rarely have troubles. We had a bad flight. It was a long one, so we had a long time to grumble and figure out what the heck was wrong with it, till we just abandoned it. But then 2 stellar flights from Los Angeles to San Francisco twice. And now this one seems to have righted itself, but we'll see. But overall, you know, it's doing good, folks. All right, radio-wise, well, let's see here. It is telling me I need to be for LAX 120. We'll get that set up. 120, 95. Oh, that's one last thing other than switching over. Here, I'm just going to put this on 2295 for now. There. All right, so we are on our way. Let's check our fuel. Tanks are burning down evenly. That's good. There we go, folks. We're on our way. Okay, airspeed looks good. Yeah, in a previous flight plan I ran of this, I actually got to go up to 34,000 at Rattlesnake. Not seeing that this go around. You know what? Let's do that. Let's drop down here. Put 15, 30. Oh, sorry, my wife texted me. Oh, that's funny. Talking about some stuff going on at her work. That's funny. All right. Okay, so we're 25 miles out of Rattlesnake, which actually happens to be the town Farmington, New Mexico. And then it's a run to Peach Springs. And we will begin to brief up the Bassett 5 before Peach Springs. So as we come over Rattlesnake, that'll give us about 200 miles. So we'll do we'll do a Flying with Mike brief. Boondock Saints, welcome aboard. Yeah, I'm going to hang here once I get down on the ground here in about an hour and 20 minutes. We'll head over to the bar then. Since my next flight isn't until tomorrow, late tomorrow morning, so. All right, get just a smidge fast, so hang on. Again, the auto throttle is you in this plane, folks. It's not in the autopilot. You control the throttles to keep it at the speed you want. Cool. All right, so and for all of you out there who haven't as of yet, if you type the exclamation mark, the word tickets underscore the, I'm sorry, let me try that again. Exclamation mark tickets, then click the space bar, then add the number 1. You'll be entered into a raffle that will occur on July 11th. I'll be raffling away a sub, maybe 2, to the stream here, Flying with Mike. And if you're already a subscriber, I will gift you over to a streamer of your choice at that point. And the 11th of July is kind of a weird date, I know, but it'll be on or around that. Again, I work 24-hour shifts. If it happens to be the day I work, it might be the 12th, it might be the 9th or the 10th. So we'll see how that works out as we get closer. But July 11th was the day last year I became an affiliate with Twitch. So to celebrate, commemorate, however you want to look at it, that achievement, I'm paying it back to my fans by holding a raffle. We're going to also do a group flight in that time frame where we're going to fly a very short flight. And an example I like giving is Omaha or Kansas City to like St. Louis. That's not to say that's the flight, but I'm just saying it'll be of that nature where it's about an hour fly time. And we'll shoot nothing but a touch and goes and approaches at whatever airport we choose. And then we can choose to either land or fly back or fly somewhere else. So, again, that's my game plan. More details coming on that here as I can get time to think about it. But, and I got this idea mostly from watching the traffic that comes in and out of my airport that I work at. We have military aircraft that come up from Jacksonville and shoot, I don't know, half a day's worth of different instrument approaches to get whatever's on board, current, touch and goes, whatever, they need to stay current. Likewise, they come in from Omaha with some of the aircraft. I haven't figured that one out other than just a different airport to get, so you don't get set in your ways. Well, if I go here, I could, at the red barn to the left of the plane, I turn left, I'll make the runway. So to get them up to speed when they go to different airports abroad. I've even seen C5s come in from Dover and do the same thing because how traffic packed the Northeast corridor is. Same with Florida, folks, lately. It has been, a nightmare for flights in and out of Florida because there's so many of them. It gets them out of the traffic, out of the congestion, and they don't clog it up more than it already is. So, haven't figured out that airport yet, but it also will be a great opportunity for those of you watching the stream. One of my goals with Flying with Mike was to help promote and get people not only watching the stream, but to get them out of their chairs and into the simulator cockpits of X-Plane, Microsoft, no, MS, 2020, whichever one you want to fly, and help them get into the air, get comfortable with the plane, and enjoy the sim, not just enjoy someone else flying in front of them. Because, folks, this is, like I said in the beginning, after a very long day with flights at the public safety office I work at, it's nice to come home, grab a little breakfast, fire up, stream to you all, but at the same time fly the sim. Okay, granted, Otto's doing a lot of it right now. But this is how I unwind, folks. So that in 2 days, when I go back for my next 24-hour shift, I am refreshed. So, we each have our own ways of unwinding. This is how I do it. And I just want to be able to promote it because there's so many people out here that watch thinking, I would love to do that. Well, that's what that day is going to be about. Grab a sim, be it Microsoft, be it X-Plane, and let's go make some noise. And we'll try at the same time not to tear up too many airports. All right, so our speed is back down. We are 74 miles, it appears, from our next fix, which could be Peach Springs. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a short break. We've got 1 hour, 7 minutes. Give me about 5 minutes. Use the restroom. Folks, grab a beverage of your choice. And we'll come back, brief the approach, and then shoot it. Be right back. All right, folks, we are back. All right, so let's get ready to bring this bird in. All right, as you can see, we are drawing into Peach Springs. We're 76 miles off. Hang on, let's switch things around. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead for now and pull Volanta as well. Giving you an idea where we are on the map. I know it doesn't. There. There's where we are. Gives you kind of an idea distance-wise. All right, so let's get into this, shall we, charts? All right, as promised, the Bassett 5. Now, like I said, most of you who have been flying for quite a while on the sim know this. Peach Springs, Hector, 29 Palms, Julian are the transitions for that. Today we're flying the Pegasus. Always do that with PGS, Peach Springs. Okay, so from Bassett, okay, so this is once we get to Bassett, which is right here, which will be then begin lining up to our, catch our inbound localizer. Sorry, folks, that just drives me nuts when it does that. Anyone want to help me out on what causes my scenery to do that? I sure would love to know. And you can see it disappears like that. I don't know what causes that. And I'll make the setting change. All right, so to the Pegasus. There I go again. Peach Springs transition to the Bassett 5. First off, here's the ATIS, 133.8. Airport's 128 feet above sea level, and we're transitioned, like all airports in the U.S., 18,000 feet. Now, this is for turbojet only. And so, from Peach Springs, 112.0 on our navs, or VOR indicators, we'll go to Buga, Dykes, Emmy. Now these will not match up when we put this to the map. We'll start down here at Graham, which I'm kind of shocked that used to have an altitude to be at. Wow. All right, so from Graham, we go to Rust. We got a little bit of high terrain to clear. 13,700 is the minimum or maximum, or I'm sorry, minimum height we can be at without hitting a granite formation. Graham is a holding point. So if we're too high for the 17 to 15,000, nice holding point. So is Sivet. Okay, so then from Rust, we're going to Sivet. Now, I'm going to plan to be there at about 15,000 feet. But we're graced 17 to 15. Okay, and again, it is a hold. Same with Arns. From Sivet, it's Bindi to Arns, again, 14 to 13. These may get amended as I see. I got them. Yeah, matter of fact, I know they're going to need to be. These altitudes are way. That's why it's not available. They're way too high. And I say that because we're landing to the west. So we're coming in east, going west. 9,000 feet, 7 miles away, folks. You're not going to make that runway. So let's plan on being, we'll see how this works out. Let's just do it that way. From Bassett, we'll then transition to the 2.4 right localizer. Let me pull that up because I just happened to notice it's not down there. Okay, oh, let me turn that down. There we go. All right, so now the 2.4 is up into here. Yeah, we transition off Circus to Skull, work our way in. Now, you'll see 10,000 at Skull. So Decor, Ray, Palak, Livin, Oleg, Mears, Kobe. Notice the altitudes, a lot different. So now I know why. Okay. Guess what? We have not programmed this in yet. So, all right. What else do we have that works off of that? Hollywood? Hang on. Let's do it this way. Bassett 5. All right, we're going to find a way to make this work. All right, so LAX, Bassett, Peach. All right, and now, as you can see, it's cleared them out where we can't fly it. Okay, let's do this. Trying to figure out a way to make it work. Oh, I know one way. Execute. You're all going, what? Yeah, execute. Here's PGS, right? Okay. Oh boy, hang on. I've got to figure out where I am. Okay, we're gonna kind of do this our way. All right, so we're gonna go to Circus. Let's let's see here. Are we still out at Tuba City? Yes, okay. Execute. All right. CRCUS. Oh. Getting an idea where it is in relation to our arrival. Okay. I think I got this working, folks. And that's coming off of Paradise. Okay. All right. I think I have a working idea. Perfect. All right. That'll work. All right. So we're going to do a little modified run here. So I am going to I'm going to put Graham in here. Hang on. GRAMM. Execute. All right. So what we're going to do, here's the amended flight plan. We are going to fly 211 off of Hector. I'm sorry, correction. Back up the truck. 229 off of Peach Springs. All the way to Emney. Then we'll switch the VOR to Paradise. Track it down to Graham at 24 DME. And then we're going to intercept the run to Circus. Circus, which is, here, let's look at it, is not directly off the localize or the VOR. So it's a little tricky to track till we get to 251 at about Broik or Livin. We should be on, and then we'll follow the altitudes from there. Okay, a little complicated. Circus is going to be 270, 12,000. Okay. Skull above 10,000, and we'll be at 240. And then as you see here, Decor, Bray, Palk, Livin, Broik. 5,000 is what I'm going to shoot for at Broik. Hopefully we have glide slope. Hopefully we have everything and we can lock in and come in. All right. Oh, that was fun. So a little bit on the fly here. That's why, folks. I didn't even think to look at the altitudes. All right, so that puts our top of descent about 200 miles ahead of us. So for now, folks, we're going to kind of ease it. Hang on. Let's go ahead. I didn't even turn the radar on. Oh, man. Really no need to. Had we been coming out of St. Louis, that would have been fun, but we're not. So fun times ahead, folks. We'll do the Bassett 5, like I said, as much as we can. We just will be kind of doing it in our head. I'll be curious if we can pick up 12.2 when we get there, because it looks like we might be able to. Looks like we could start picking it up at around Booga. Yeah. Around Booga, we should be able to pick it up. And like I said, at Graham, which is 24, we'll turn off, go direct Circus, and then work our way in. All right. Well, that takes care of the route. Now let's talk speeds. All right, so we're looking at flaps 30. That's cool. 30.10. I don't know if that matches up. It does not. Can I change that? No. All right, so the latest METAR as of 1753. Now that does not sound like the latest. No, we're 2 hours behind. All right, so let's see if we're getting a better one here. And we're not. 1853 has us at 2987. Let's see what POSCON has us at. 88. They're the actual closest. All right, so well, we've actually entered into LA territory. Okay, so we'll set the bugs to 128 is our VREFs. That's what we're going to shoot to try to touch down. 140 is going to be our approach speed. 200, we should be into some flaps. This is one thing I love about the 7.4. It gives you all of the flap speeds. Here, do your best. No, it's a good airplane, folks. I'm not going to knock it any harder than it already is. Folks, you know, it's a challenging plane, and be ready for it if you do sink the money in it. Same with the 7.4. Be ready to work. So, all right. So let's see how. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that. So. See how we can use this still to track with. So, all right. Our next VOR is Peach Springs. 12.0, I believe. Okay, come down here and start plugging these in. All right, so we're on 112. Let's go to 112. I believe it's 2. We'll verify. Okay. Okay, I hate when it does that. All right, and Paradise 112.2. Okay. There we go. All right, and then our ILS frequency, real quick. All right, so shooting the ILS, folks, 133.8 is again our ATIS for arrivals. There's our SoCal tower ground frequencies, but 108.5. That's our frequency. 251's our localizer. Kobe, 2,200 feet. Our decision altitude is 322 feet MSL. So if your ATIS comes in, or METAR that you get, 03 or 003 for the ceiling, overcast, or broken, you're going to have to switch to Cat 2, Cat 3 if you're qualified. Otherwise, alternate. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to come into Los Angeles. Expect simultaneous approaches. That would be if we were busy. Again, 2,200 feet at Kobe, 322 or 200 AGL. So pop up here. So 200 will set on the radar altimeter here and here. Go top side, set medium for the brakes, and push in a little bit of power because we're getting slow again. 0.79, 0.78. We need to be back up. And again, it's Circus coming off of Graham. Now I could have chose higher up, but I like coming across, planning to cross over at, let's look at Bassett 5 in that region. So we're coming out of the high territory. So we should cross Graham at about 12,000, 10,000, and then on to our ILS. Okay. Here's the vertical from Skoll. I'm going to plan 5,000 here. These are all at or aboves, so, and we'll go from there. Now at 140, we need about a 743 feet a minute descent on our VSI, and to the missed approach point. Again, Cat 1 approach, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. And we got ALSIF 2 for the approach lighting. Pappy's should be left side. And finally, over here, there's our MSL, there's our AGL. Now, visibility-wise, half mile or better. So 200 and or 322 or a half mile or better, and we're golden in here. If we end up losing touchdown zones, approach lighting, localizers, and such, as you see, everything goes up accordingly. So that's what we have in front of us. Okay, and we're about to cross Peach Springs and enter the arrival. Let's take a look at our fuel. Last thing I want to declare is a fuel emergency, and we are just fine. Okay, everything looks good there. Okay, the turn should be in about 15 miles or so. Okay, so I got Peach Spring, or Paradise, so it's not coming in yet. Now, how did I know that? Real quick, remember, DME1 is right here. It's crisscrossed, and I don't know why they did that, but they did it. So DME1, your VOR1 is here, even though your VOR2 works up here. Again, makes no sense. So 229, okay. Two, 229. Okay, we'll see how well that tracks. Like I said, I could take over. Problem is, we're still partially VNAV off of Graham to get to where we got to go. Okay, now, there's the cutover. The reason you saw 2 miles to the fix and this down at 5, remember, it's line of sight. That means we were 32,000 feet in the air, folks. That's about 5 miles. So at 5 miles, you're pretty wishy-washy with it. Here, let me show you. So we'll get a little bit of mileage here off of it. We're still set. Okay. Oh, wait, we're on. See, we're building up here. 191 miles away from Graham. So what are we planning to cross Graham at? They're calling 17. And remember, we're in the area that's not to scale, so it's not on the chart yet. All right, so we are inbound. Okay, folks, again, thanks for flying with us today. Thanks for being a part of the stream and supporting us by just being here. Helps a lot. If you want to take it to another level, that way you can come along with us on each of our adventures. Click follow. Very simple, free. All you get is an email out of it. And if you would like to enjoy ad-free viewing, well, then click subscribe, but that's all up to you. But that would give you the ad-free viewing. And I'll be honest, I really haven't been watching to see just how many ads have been pumping out here. So let me just check something here. Okay, just wanted to make sure. And folks, again, thank you for flying with Mike. We're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, we should be just about ready to start down. See you in about 2 minutes. All right, folks, and for those of you still able to hear my voice, thank you for the subscription. We sure appreciate it, be it from Prime, be it from paying it out of your back pocket. The ad-free viewing is because of that. So thank you so much for contributing to the stream monetarily. Without it, it makes it harder to buy the additional aircraft. The sceneries I'm slowly buying up now. I still have got to get the nerve up to get ortho, but thank you folks for just being there, helping me out, helping us. We sure appreciate it. Know that your money is going directly to the stream. All right, so folks, we are just about 100 miles from top of descent. I'm trying to decide if I want to come down quicker. All right, folks, we're about 100 miles out of our top of descent, not out of Los Angeles. Not that quick, folks. But, is that Lake Havasu we're coming over? That can't be Lake Havasu, is it? It's the Mojave Lake. It's not Lake Havasu, that's for sure, but a little further, but wow. Okay. Okay, cool. Las Vegas is not, well, It's a little bit of a hike to the north there, but yeah, that gives you an idea where we're at. I was just kind of looking at the sectional. Um, all right, so here we come, folks. All right, we'll just stay outside looking at the plane. That big old billboard livery for Pan Am. As we cut across the California desert for arrival on the 24 right, Los Angeles. And I believe there was something in the news many years ago about a bridge, and I want to say they brought over something from England and set it up in Lake Havasu. Um, Again, it's been a while since I heard it. That's the reason why I was curious. Um, it wouldn't be an X-plane anyway. They don't have monuments, so. Um, they'd probably tell me, "Oh, you have to buy the professional license." uh, Kind of cracks me up. Alrighty, so we are getting closer and closer. I'm showing 25 minutes out. Let's get in here, see where we stand. Top of descent, 6.5 miles out. Graham is 118, and I want to descend. Oh, let's see. So we'll call it 70 miles out. So we're right now about 40 miles from top of descent. Alright, looks like I am the only one coming into Los Angeles. So that's cool. As we learn POSCON, that makes it easier when it's not a gaggle of people and controllers catering to certain gaggles. So we'll continue in here. We are... Alright, so now we should... 127. Alright, this is going to turn into fun since I've created my own approach. But it ought to be interesting, that's for sure. Now I understand why the Basset 5 is no longer available for all runways. Okay. Okay, we're 120 miles from Paradise, which would be an arrival into Ontario, if that's where we were headed. No, we're headed to Los Angeles. So, 24 miles off of that. So when this counter reads 24, we'll be turning to Circus, and then we're going to kind of zigzag our way onto course to intercept the localizer 424 right. I would be really shocked if it came out this far. Okay, slowly working our way there, folks. Gives us another chance to look at the Whisper Jet service. Oh, excuse me, folks. Amazing the breakfast is still at it. All right, we're coming into about 30 miles to top a descent. Oh, wait. Let's go ahead. We're at 20. Okay, we're coming down to 12. All right, let's get us a nice descent rate set. Try about 1,500 feet a minute. There we go. Which of course means get a little power off for those unfamiliar to flying. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the crew here in Pan American, I want to thank you for flying with us from Kansas City over to Los Angeles. Flight attendants, prepare the cabin for arrival. Folks, we are descending right now into Los Angeles. Should be on the ground, in approximately 15 or so minutes. All right, so okay, once we clear that ridge, folks, we can drop in. See what I mean? How this is way out of scale. It says we're crossing Peach Springs. Folks, that's about 100 miles behind us. All right, let's go ahead and pull back some more thrust. Again, we're shooting for Graham at or around 12,000. Then we'll switch over to the ILS map and go to it. Now, we're flying still on the FMC till we get established. Then, I'm not sure how we're going to track this. Be totally honest. Yeah, I'm not really sure how we're going to do that. So we'll work it out. That's that stuff those two guys that the flight engineer makes looks good, works out for them. All right, so okay, we're through 28,000, so let's go ahead, put them in their seats. I guess the worst case scenario in this is we could fly down to Rust, kick out like we were on. Yeah, why don't we do that? Okay, let me get us set up here. Okay, we're going to do that. Okay. And we're on Pegasus 1220. Let me get up here. We need to be on 046. Which one are we tracking? 1220. That works. Okay, let's go nav. Go nav. Okay, and then we're going to intercept 113.6. And that will be okay. Let's go ahead and flip-flop that over. All right, so we're tracking in now, folks. I'm going to go ahead and steepen the dive a little bit. Get up to about 2,000 and see how we're doing thrust. Okay. Like I said, once we clear the ridge, folks, we're that's the last of the high terrain we've got to worry about. For the most part. I mean, there's a little bump here and there, but nothing significant. Okay, 23,000, 2,000 feet a minute. Like I said, we're going to improvise. All right, radar's got a couple of blips. We do have some offshore rain here. So we could start seeing some blips here as we get in closer to Los Angeles. Okay, we got our minimum set. We got our... Okay, we don't need speed brakes yet. Appropriate song from Approaching Nirvana, Moving Mountains. And that's exactly what we've been doing on this flight, moving mountains. Trying to make them into molehills as best we can, if not eradicate them altogether. Had some big ones to start it off with POSCON, but you know, again, it's come through and it's working just like it did on one of the flights I did over the weekend to test it out. All right, so we're coming up on our transition level. Just want to love to verify things. $11:03. Okay. 11:03. Excuse me, folks. All right, what I'm going to do now, switch to heading, because I need to set up actually no I don't. What's our distance? Keep that on. At Graham, I'll start setting up for our, here, let me do it over here. It'll be 248. Okay. Okay. Okay, Rust will be 16 miles, so we do have a little bit. Oh, right, we're below. Let's set for the ATIS. 2987. Okay, wing lights on. Okay, flight attendants, take your seats for landing, please. Okay, we're coming over Graham right now. Headed for Rust. Okay, and then we're going to come out. All right, let's 1360. It's 248. All right. Oop. There we go. All right, folks, we're going to we'll hold this altitude and start our descent for 10,000 here in a moment. One 108.5. All right, we are going to switch over while we're at it to tower frequency, common traffic. And let's go ahead, come down to 10,000. Too far. Okay. Sometimes I don't know if that's terrain radar or actual radar returns. All right, we're going to go ahead and kill the music. Rolls pretty much somewhat sterile free here. Okay, so we're back to 250, 10,000. And we're going to go ahead and continue that descent. Okay, a little bit. Did not mean the speed brakes to be on that long. Let's get up here, lights. Set. Okay. All right, folks, we are now working our way in. All right, we're now tracking direct to the VOR. Now to about living, I'm going to make a turn to intercept our localizer. And it's going to be to 270. So I'm going to keep that set. Watching us as we come in. Bree is 8,000. Okay, we're doing good. Go ahead and start slowing her up. Okay. Living is 6,000. We're going to be... Okay, so we are descending in. Okay, now... This is not much. 251. Okay, something's not tracking right here, so go to heading select. Okay. $5,000 at Brook. All right, now we'll get some speed back up. Flaps 1. Okay, we got LA in sight. Los Angeles traffic Clipper 3 over Brook inbound. 19-mile final for 24 right. Okay. All right, second notch of flaps. Gonna slow to 160 now. Okay, glide slope localizer achieved. Runway in sight. All right, folks, here we go. Seatbelts. First things first. Okay. Mile final. All right, folks, rate the landing very simply. Put your prediction in. Exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number. Let's go ahead, go flaps 15. Got 10 miles, folks. Okay, landing lights, altimeter set, radar, altimeter set, flight instruments, hydraulics, pressure cooling set. Next, landing. Spoilers armed, auto brakes armed, gear will go down here shortly. Okay, 8-mile final. Between 8 and 5 is when I like to drop the landing gear. Okay, runway appears good. Gear down. All right, folks, here we go. I think I'm going to take over. Okay, flaps 30, and we are set. Okay, 4-mile final. Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 3, 4-mile final, 24 left. A correction, 24 right. Okay, maintain 140 as best we can. 400. And landing stable. Go into reverse. Okay, let's come out of reverse. I'll disengage. Let's kind of ease her into the high speed up here. Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 3, clear 24 right, crossing 24 left. And again, folks, welcome to Los Angeles. Not one of the big places I like to go on FlyJSim, but it's been fun here on POSCON. All right, oh, we got a little more to go on the flaps. Flaps are up, lights off. Brakes off. All right. And Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 3, clear of all runways, taxi to Terminal 2. All right, as promised, here comes the chart. We're going right over to here, folks. Find a parking spot in there somewhere. All right, now let's go ahead with the after landing. Okay, window heats coming off. Pitot heat off. Flaps are up, lights are off. Transponder will leave as is. All right, spoilers down. Galley power off. Oh, we never turned that. Oops. Oh well. That wasn't good. And we'll go ahead and start the APU. 2, 3. All right, so let's head on down to Terminal 2. Hope y'all enjoyed. It's been a fun time, folks. I have to admit, it has been fun. So, look forward to tomorrow's flight into Mexico City. I've only been in there 1 or 2 times. So, and never in, of course, 727, so that ought to be fun. But we'll try to figure out where we're supposed to park there and all those goodies once we get going. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull this away. And those of you in the chat room, question for you. Who knows where the APU is fitted on this plane? Not the switch to turn it on, but where the actual unit was on 727s. Those of you frequenting this channel should know the answer. Okay, we'll give you all till I turn for a gate. That just doesn't look right. Huh. Got to get the LA scenery. Sometimes it just doesn't look right. Um, Terminal 3 or Terminal 2? Oh, let's see. Probably should have gone. I'll bet you they were in this one. Just the look and feel. But we'll go with Terminal 2. What the heck? I even gave you a hint, folks. But almost to the gate. No takers, huh? Oh, I thought we had some 727 lovers out there. Guess not. Because I'm giving you that hint again. All right. APU, folks, if you can't see it, look at the P in Pan Am. Right there. That is the correct location, folks. The APU is just behind the right main wheel well. You know, I could probably made some money on that one because nobody would have guessed. Nobody even tried. All right, let's turn in. We'll use gate 24. I even gave you all enough time to Google it. All right, so, boy, that would be fun to stop here and see that jetway extend out to us. Will be nice. We'll come in a little closer. Brakes are set. And folks, that is going to wind us up here. Bear with me a few more seconds here. Let's kind of zoom in. That's as close as we can get. All right. Well, oh well. All right, so let's take a look real quick. We are parked in 24 right here. So next flight will go 29 and out. All right. All right, well, let's pull charts away. And let's get this humming aircraft shut down. Go to 7. We are wound up on the bus. All right, let's go to APU, APU, and the shutdown. Seatbelts off. Well, we can't do the beacon jet. The exterior lights are all off that are needed to be. Start levers. 213. Okay, and yep, Los Angeles would have been up. Wow. Okay, we'll get into that here in a second, the review of the flight. All right, and let's see, we got the electrical on. Okay. And our, there we go. Okay. And then we'll drop down to hydraulics. We'll turn this off. Okay. All right, folks. We are shut down in the gate. All I've got to do is shut a couple more things down. Landed at 133 feet a minute. Wow, let's see who all put in a prediction. It looks like just myself. All right, well, that's okay. All right, folks, so we are on the ground. Report is filed and filed. And let me go ahead, come off POSCON here. All right, that takes care of that, and I should disappear from there in a second. Doink. All right, and anything else recording? Yes. All right, so let's file our flight plan with Guardian. Yep, I know, error, as always. Hang on a second, folks. Letting management over here. Wait a minute, I'm on Mac here. Wrong one. All right, got that taken care of. Sorry for that. All right, folks, we are in, and everything that could be recording is taken care of. All right. Recording off, off. Okay, we don't need that anymore. And that is, let's take a look. Okay, before we do take a look at this approach, let's take a look at landing reports from Sim Toolkit. All right, so what we'll do, this is our last flight. What it's going to show us, folks, is more than just that little number that pops up with this Lua strip that I have. Takes us a little deeper into it, like what was our descent rate, speeds, and so forth. About 6 knots fast, but you know what, folks? Still came in pretty good, 133 feet a minute. But that's what you can get normally. Just so you know, Volanta, which is another program very similar to this, not as many tools, had us at 64 feet a minute. So it was a great, I mean, it's a great landing, I will give it. Now, but what it does show here on this report is there's the threshold of 24 right, and this is where we touch down. We always aim to put the wheels somewhere in this big pads that are out on the runway. However, technically, and it's hard to tell on here, the landing zone is pretty much from here back to the threshold. So anywhere in there is good. But we were 1,500, call it 1,600 feet down the runway, and we'll call it 8 feet right of center. Folks, that's a great punch on the runway. Light, the passengers got a nice buttery feeling. They might even be seeing some grease left behind on the runway. Don't know. But folks, that's a good landing, and we're going to go back now and look at it because this is the other tool at our disposal we can use. The replay machine, which Microsoft has never put into one of theirs. You have to get second-hand stuff, or third-hand, or fourth-hand, whatever it is. It's one of those hands. So let's do this. And let's go, oops, went to the wrong place. Here to here. Up a little further. How about right there? Maestro, would you please be so kind? Cue us up a good song. I think I went a little further than I wanted, but you know what? I'm not going to mess with it. I thought about it, but we'll get there quick enough. All right, so non-ortho scenery. You're all going, yeah, we know, we can tell. All right. Flaps are starting to pop out. We're getting onto the localizer and glide slope. The landing gear. Yeah, you can tell where I took over. It's a little choppy in the air. All right, well, let's go back and look at it from another angle. Sorry about that, folks. Thought I had a... Huh, we'll have to work on that. Let's look at it coming in at us. That looked pretty good, folks. All right, Hawker 125's Dream Shots. Be able to take pictures like that. And let's go back, look at that approach. All right, let's slide over a little bit on the runway. Look at that, folks. I think they call that butter. Butter. Anyone want some butter? Plenty of it left behind on this landing. No worries, tomorrow I may need all that butter to put back the airplane together. Alright, we'll do it one more time. Unfortunately with this airplane, folks, there's no cabin, so there's really no cabin views. So let's look at it again, coming straight down the center. Look at that, folks. Whisper Jet service has arrived in Los Angeles. Alright, folks. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. I sure appreciate you. I really don't have anyone to pay it forward to. So what we're going to do, see what kind of tower view we get. One more time. And while it lands, thank you for flying with Mike today. Thanks for the follow that we got. Compliments of Nagima09 and Ryan N. Air. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, folks, I should say, because, you know, who knows? We do have some women following the channel. Thank you so much. Folks, every one of you, thank you. From the subscribers to the followers to those that just hang out and enjoy the flight. Tomorrow, Mexico. So I hope you all enjoy your night. We'll be back tomorrow around 17Z-ish, 16, 17. So hope to see you then. Have a great night. And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early for some, right here in Los Angeles, headed to Mexico. See you then, folks.